Chicago Cubs baseball on CSN. It's presented to you by State Farm. Today, the Cubs go for a three-game series sweep over the St. Louis Cardinals here on Comcast Sportsnet. Overcast, mild temperatures as the Cubs and Cardinals battle in the series finale. Great to have you with us for Cubs baseball here on CSN. Jim Deshaies and Len Kasper, 2-1 win for the Cubs last night.
Jason Hammel, kind of like the big kid in Little League, dominating the game last night, pitching 6 shutout innings and driving in the only runs of the ball game. For the Cubs, let's review the video. Hammel with 6 strikeouts, didn't walk anybody. That slider, obviously a great weapon for him. It was again last night. He's made 3 starts. Now he's 2-0, has an ERA of 1. Here's the base hit I was talking about. Drives in 2. And that's all the Cubs would need as they hang on to win 2-1. It wasn't a one-man show, however. Jason Heyward with that big play from right field, throwing out Matt Holliday at home plate.
So Heyward without a hit in the series, although he's hit several balls hard. The defense has been a big factor. Hector Rondon, his first appearance in over a week. He notches the save. Only the second one-run decision for the Cubs this year. So they're 5-0 against the National League Central. Interestingly enough, JD, the Cardinals are 0-5 against the Pirates and the Cubs.
Yeah, they were swept in their season opening series in Pittsburgh, and their bats have gone quiet coming into this series. The Cardinals had averaged about 9 runs per game over the last week. They've managed just 1 here in the first 2 games of this series.
That tells you how good the pitching is for the Pirates and the Cubs, right?
Yeah, indeed. Absolutely. And they were playing some weak sisters in that stretch, too, where they were scoring all those runs.
All right, we'll have a studio update, and then we'll talk some starting pitching as Kyle Hendricks will take the ball today. Cubs looking for their first sweep in a 3-game series in this ballpark since 2010.
Chicago is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all. Ford, inviting you to check out their fuel-efficient lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. And by Southwest Airlines. Transparency. Low fares. Nothing to hide.
Back here at St. Louis, big crowd expected as the Cubs go for the sweep. We'll head to Cincinnati for 4 after this one. And now let's talk some pitching. Kyle Hendricks goes today for the Cubs.
Kyle Hendricks and Carlos Martinez for the Cardinals. They're both right-handed. The similarities pretty much end there. Hendricks, the finesse guy. Martinez can reach 99 miles an hour with the fastball. Last time out for Kyle, a loss against the Rockies. He allowed 4 runs, 2 earned in 6 innings. Didn't walk anybody. He's only walked 1 so far this year. Martinez, the Cubs saw a lot of him last year. He made 4 starts plus 1 relief appearance, 2-0 with a 5.24 earned run average.
Well, I guess you can't lose a pennant in April, but you know the Cubs could go 5 games up early, so why not take advantage?
Why not? Get it done. Would be their first sweep here since 2010.
All right, the Cubs and the Cardinals, game 3 of 19 here in 2016. The Cubs pitching has held St. Louis to just 1 run so far in the series. First pitch and all the action next. If today's Cubs leadoff man gets a hit, Binny's Beverage Depot will donate $100 to the Greater Chicago Food Depository. Here's the Cubs Southwest starting lineup. Dexter Fowler off to a great start, leading the majors in OPS. Hayward, Zobrist, Rizzo. Chris Bryant's going to play left. Tommy LaStella's at third. Miguel Montero catching. Javier Baez in for Addison Russell. And Kyle Hendricks, the pitcher.
Cardinals have committed 15 errors this year. That's the most in Major League Baseball. The guys up the middle, Diaz and Wong, have combined to make 7 errors. So it's Holiday, Grichuk, Piscotty in the outfield. Carpenter, Diaz, Wong, Adams third to first. Molina behind the plate, and the Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher for the Cardinals here this afternoon is a fireballing right-hander Carlos Martinez, 24 years of age. Stands 6 foot even, a $185. The 2 starts, he's won them both, has a 3.46 ERA.
Let's get the umpires for today. Sam Holbrook is behind the plate. Rob Drake at first. Carlos Torres at second. Jerry Davis, the crew chief, is at third. We're having some technical issues here at the ballpark with the pitch readouts and pitch tracks, so they're working on it. And we hope to have that information ready for you very soon as Martinez.
96. It's going to be audible pitch tracks.
Okay, got it. That's some good life on it for sure. The 0-1 is outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Lights are on. It's overcast. We might get some rain. We were very fortunate to not get rain last night.
It was pretty wet out this morning. Field's in good shape now, however. Martinez gets a good run on that 2-seam fastball away from the lefties, in on the right-handed hitters.
Fouled out of play. They're saying 69 degrees at game time. Cardinals really missed Martinez in the playoffs last year. That's in the dirt. He was shut down in late September with shoulder issues.
From Puerto Plata in the Dominican Republic, he has drawn comparisons to the Hall of Famer Pedro Martinez, not just because of the name, but because of the build and the stuff.
Swing and a miss, strike 3 to start the ball game.
Might have been the changeup. Looked like Fowler was out in front of it. Boy, we've seen a ton of that from the Cardinals pitching staff in this series.
Here's Jason Heyward. Has definitely had an impact on this series, even though he's gone 0 for 9. Several hard hit balls, and it's the defense that has really stood out. 2 sliding grabs in game 1 and nailed Matt Holliday at the plate in game 2 to keep the Cubs in the lead, and they would win it 2-1. And I crunched some numbers on Heyward. He's hitting 170 here in the early going, but his batting average on balls in play is 225. His career number is 309, so that should go way up. His line drive rate is well above average at 30%.
Yeah, and when you hit the ball that hard, that batting average on balls in play is usually well above average. So been a lot of misfortune for Heyward to this point.
And if you're wondering about how balls in play and the batting average works, the major league average is roughly around 290 to 300 depending on the season. So if you see a guy like Heyward down in the low 200s, those things tend to even out. And if you see a guy at 390, it'll probably go down. There's a line drive and it drops.
Yeah, especially the guy that's, as you mentioned, making all that hard contact with that high line drive percentage. Sooner or later, the hits are going to fall.
A little bit off the end of the bat and well placed. Yeah, it's easy to say hit them where they ain't. That's the old baseball adage, but it's a lot harder to do now than ever before.
Yeah, with all the advanced scouting and the shifting.
Here's Ben Zobrist. Long pause by Martinez, and the pitch is in for a strike.
You know all about Molina with all the Gold Gloves. And a very high caught stealing percentage throughout his career. And Martinez has been tough to run on. That guy has a lot to do with it for sure. But 8 successful, 9 caught against Martinez in his career. Oh, less than a break-even proposition when you try to run against this tandem.
Martinez not afraid to show his emotions out there.
He buckled on that one.
Molina looking into his own dugout. Now gives the sign to Martinez, and a 1-1 is outside.
Yeah, and Martinez, you know, he gets a lot of ground ball outs too. So he's a power guy who can rack up the strikeouts, but he also gets a lot of ground ball outs. So he's the kind of guy you'd like to start some runners against. More likely to play hit and run than straight steal. And this is a good count to do that on. You got a good guy in the box too.
Swing and the miss. So the man armed with the big fastball has been successful with his off speed here in the first inning.
Boy, we saw it from Jaime Garcia last night, through a ton of changeups. All the guys coming out of their bullpen feature good changeups, just about all of them.
Good lead by Hayward. Not running the 2-2 on the outside corner to freeze Zobrist.
Well, I think that ball's off the edge. Quality pitch though, and you can't fault Zobrist for laying off. There's not a whole lot you're going to do with it.
That will bring up Anthony Rizzo, hitless over his last 3 games. So he's got a 163 batting average, but he's knocked in 11 in 14 games, making his hits count, and he's also batted with 12 more runners on base than the average hitter with his amount of plate appearances early. So if you extrapolate that over the course of a major league season, he is going to have a ton of RBI opportunities this year. And the pitch. Ball 1.
Yeah, well, he and Bryant should really benefit from the addition of Zobrist and Hayward to this lineup. Those guys create a lot of traffic. They'll have ample opportunities to drive them home.
Just getting started. Top of the first inning. 2 outs, and Rizzo takes a strike. Another one on that outside edge.
Yeah, and he called that one that Martinez wanted in that sequence with Zobrist. A ball that was probably on the plate, but he ruled it inside. So it looks like he may be just going to be a little generous off that outside corner. And hitters are going to have to make it a bit of an adjustment.
Now 2-1. It's an anniversary today. It was April 20th, 1916, when the Chicago National League Ball Club played its first game in its new home. It was Weigman Park back in 1916. 10 years later, it would become Wrigley Field. I think it was Cubs Park there in the interim, too. Fly ball, center field, well hit. To the wall. And caught. Randall Grichuk just stole away a home run from Anthony Rizzo. A leaping grab at the barrier instead of 2-0. We are scoreless as the Cardinals are coming up. in the top of the first. Let's look at their Southwest starting lineup. Matt Carpenter third. Piscotty is in right. Matt Holliday plays left. Matt Adams gets his second straight start at first. Grichuk just made the catch. He's in center. Molina, Wong, and Diaz ahead of the pitcher Carlos Martinez.
Cubs with a different look this afternoon defensively. Chris Bryant gets a start in left. Fowler and Hayward at center and right. Tommy La Stella in there at third today. And Javi Baez will get his second start at shortstop. Zobrist and Rizzo on the right side. Montero behind the plate. Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher. The sinker baller, the professor, Kyle Hendricks. 1-1, 284 through 2 starts.
And a strike on Matt Carpenter. You saw on the lineup card, Carpenter 6 out of 10 against Hendricks. 2 hits, a walk, 3 strikeouts in the series for Carpenter.
It's kind of a free strike first pitch to Carpenter to start a ball game. He's very patient. Sinkers, changeups, cutters, and a curveball for Hendricks. And you talk about pounding the strike zone, man, he's on the attack against the Rockies. 85 pitches, 68 for strikes.
He felt like he threw the ball pretty well, even though he took the loss. And his pitching coach agreed. Thought he was very good. 48th career start. Hendricks with a 3.46 earned run average at this level, and Carpenter couldn't hold up. That's a strikeout. So Matt Carpenter has struck out 4 times in 8 at-bats in the series.
We're talking about the Cardinals and all the changeups they've featured. There's a dandy from Hendricks. That's a big weapon for him, and Carpenter well out in front of it. Yeah, the Cubs, that's a game they had the defensive meltdown. They committed 4 errors in that ball game in Hendricks' last start.
Strike on Stephen Piscotty. 0 for 5 in the first 2 games. Hendricks likes to work quickly. It's 0-2. Fastball at 88. We saw him around 86 early on, but velocity not a big deal for Hendricks.
No, he's willing to sacrifice velocity to get movement. That's a dandy. That's probably strike 3.
That's about as much emotion as you'll see out of Hendricks. Kind of a half-second pause. On the ground, and it gets past La Stella. That ball came up on him a little bit. Piscotty to second, and he'll stand there. We'll see how they score it. Boy, it is a game of inches. Hendricks thought he had strike 3 called, and on the next pitch, Piscotty reaches.
Yeah, so he's talking to Sam Holbrook now, asking where that pitch was. So Holbrook perhaps squeezed him, and then Tommy couldn't make the play on this one. Not an easy chance, but looked like he was going to be able to make a play on that ball. Probably be a 2-base hit.
And it is a double. And it'll bring up Matt Holliday, 6 for 12 with 2 homers against Hendricks. Cardinals 7-7. That includes 0-5 against the Pirates and the Cubs. High fly to left. Bryant back at the wall. It's gone. 2-run homer, Matt Holliday, and the ball is jumping today. On both Rizzo and Holliday's deep flies, and neither had a chance.
Yeah, I'm with you, and especially with that launch angle, you see the ball hit that high. Normally it's not going to carry out of the ballpark, especially this yard. Kind of hoping Bryant would be able to make a play on that ball to pay back Grichuk, but he could not. This ball drifts into the swing of Holiday. It's his third home run of the year. He continues to have success against Kyle Hendricks.
Career homer number 278. And he now has 1,100 career RBIs. So that's their first homer of the series.
First long ball allowed by Hendricks this year.
362 well-placed feet. He just got it out. Fouled back by Matt Adams. 1-2. Wow, how about that turnaround? Cubs thought they were up 2-0. When Grichuk took away a homer from Rizzo. And a few batters later, it's 2-0 St. Louis.
Kyle elevating that pitch at 87, so he's got to kind of get back down around the knees.
Swing and a miss on the changeup for strike 3. So 2 strikeouts on the change.
Little River Band. Cool Change. It's a good song. It was a good pitch.
I'll have to Spotify it after the game. Here's Grichuk. Second consecutive start and 11th overall this year. That bounced up there, and it's 1-1. Clouds have darkened a little bit here in downtown St. Louis. Lights are on, as I mentioned.
Yeah, in reality and metaphorically.
Yeah. Well, let's go back to the home run saving catcher, Xfinity high-speed action. He timed it well.
Well, Cardinal fans will be reminded of Jimmy Edmonds, the Gold Glover, with a play like that. And Grichuk, an outstanding athlete. Of course, I guess you don't play center field in the major leagues unless you're an outstanding athlete.
Yeah. 2-2 hit very well. Fowler has it. Ball almost popped out of his mitt, but he makes the grab on the warning track to end the inning. Holiday with a homer. It's 2-0 after 1. State Farm. So 2-0 Cardinals. A couple of nice defensive plays by the center fielders here early. And despite the fact that Anthony Rizzo was robbed of a home run, Holliday was not. The one thing I like about this park, and I wish there was more of it around baseball, are the low fences.
Guys can
just the idea that guys
rob a home run. Sure.
Make those types of plays. But we'd prefer Randal Grichuk to stop doing that for the rest of the day. As Bryant fouls, he's playing left.
Yeah, he had his one shining moment. That's enough for one day. It's going to be on all the highlight shows tonight. That's a high one.
And it's caught by the second baseman, Wong.
Hey folks, this is your last chance to sign up for this Saturday's Race to Wrigley charity run presented by ATI Physical Therapy. Don't miss out on the fun 5K run. Cubs Charities will donate proceeds to support critical care needs for pediatric patients in Chicago through Advocate Children's Hospital. Sign up at racetowrigley.com.
Tommy La Stella making his third start in 2016. And takes a pitch outside for ball one. Martinez was a shortstop growing up, switched to the mound just before he signed with Boston 2009. That contract ended up being voided.
We've seen heater, changeup, and now sharp breaking ball, kind of a slurvy breaking pitch.
Martinez wears number 18 now in honor of the late Oscar Taveras, his friend and teammate who died in a car accident 2 off seasons ago. Three and two.
Well, he went changeup in this situation with Fowler. Heater here.
And ball four.
14-7 last year for Martinez with a 3.01 earned run average. They've got a very talented, very deep rotation. Everybody in their rotation, except for Mike Leake, has had a pretty significant arm injury in over the last 2 or 3 years. So that has to be of some concern to the Cardinals.
Martinez starting the year in the 5th spot behind Wainwright, Waka, Leake, and Garcia. Montero fouls out of play.
Yeah, so 5th starter in terms of how they've used him. In terms of stuff, he's probably got the best stuff on their club. If you were to take their pitching staff and have a draft, he would be the first pick.
He's gotten a lot of run support, and that has continued here early today.
Would they score 26 runs for him, I think, in his first 2 starts?
Yeah, 12-2, 14-3. And fouled back. That'll change quite a bit. Nobody's going to end the year with 13 runs in support every time out, but
he does, you're probably going to have a 25-game winner on your hands.
Called strike 3.
Well, backdoor breaking ball starts off the plate and runs back to the outside corner.
You know, we've seen it a lot here early, JD, but I think it's going to continue because of the approach of the Cub hitters. They're going to have a lot of stare downs with home plate umpires this year because they are going to take some called strike 3s on pitches they don't think are in the zone. I think more so than a lot of other clubs, as they stick with their approach. Baez takes a strike.
Well, that's just filthy there. Throwing the ball across to the outside corner at 97. Yeah, now Montero, that last pitch, you know, was borderline, could have gone either way. There was a couple calls against him last night that were well off the outside corner, so you could see the frustration level probably starting to climb on Montero a little bit.
So all this theoretical talk about a computerized strike zone, are we in agreement that if that ever happened, there would be a lot fewer strikes called? Or would
I don't know. I haven't really thought that one through.
Would we possibly argue over that? Because it just feels like there aren't nearly as many strikes that are called balls. Now, I could be totally wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. That's the ex-pitcher in me likes to think the other way, but you could be right.
I mean, we use pitch tracks every day, and it looks like there are more pitches that are outside the box that are called strikes than the other way around. Two and two.
The one you see a lot of pitches at the top of the zone that will show up in our little grid as strikes that are called balls.
That might be the only area.
Down and out especially seems like there's more strikes.
Baez sends one in the air. Piscotty was playing deep, so he only had to go back a couple of steps onto the dirt to end the inning. It's 2-0 Cardinals early. Chicago.com, presented by State Farm. You got to go up in the arch.
Get in that little pod.
I've done it once.
Yeah, I did it years ago. Now, could you jump off of there? Like that base jumping? You could do that, right?
I would not do that. One strike on Yadier Molina. Your buddy Buster Olney was watching, and he said if they had the computerized strike zone, pitchers would be more aggressive because they know fishing for a called strike just off the edge or catcher framing wouldn't pay off. Now that's an intriguing comment.
And when they start to work up in the zone a little bit more.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I do think you'd have to adjust to it for sure. I'm just saying more like the current environment of home plate umpires and the way they call strikes versus the way a computer would call it now. But I agree with Buster that it would have to change. I mean, we've seen changes with shifting. We've seen hitters try to make adjustments that way.
Yeah, it's funny, and I've talked to a lot of hitters over the years who have said, I can live with a higher strike or a bigger zone up and down, just don't make it wider. They say that, and then still if they get called, if a pitch up around the letters gets called, they go nuts.
Molina gets a hold of one. Fowler tracking, and this one will bang off the wall. And Molina has a double. He hit a triple last night.
Dexter Fowler's been playing deeper this year. That's been the strategy since spring training, and that has allowed him to run some balls down. But this one really well struck by Molina. Pitch down around the knees. I think that was actually hit harder than Holiday's home run, but it didn't have the air under it, didn't carry, and obviously a bigger part of the ballpark. So 3 hits in the game for the Cardinals now, all for extra bases.
Here's a pitch. Colton Wong lines the other way. Molina just jogging to third. So first and third with nobody out.
You know, the one thing you have to guard against if you're Kyle Hendricks, in that first inning he got squeezed a couple of times, but you can't abandon ship. You got to stick with your game plan. His game plan is sinkers down, that changeup, occasional cutter. He started to elevate here, and I don't know if that's just because he's misfiring or if he feels like he has to be more aggressive in challenging the strike zone. But that's probably not going to end well for him with that approach. He's got to commit to staying down, staying with his game, and then trying to kind of bring Sam Holbrook, the home plate umpire, along, and hopes Sam starts to call some of those borderline pitches strikes.
Chris Bosio out to talk it over here with the Ledmy's Diaz coming up. And we'd like to welcome all our viewers watching on MTC Communications in Hancock and McDonough counties in Illinois.
According to Baseball Reference, in 1946, opening day at Wrigley Field, it was the first game televised in Cubs history. Bert Wilson did the play-by-play on WBKB. Familiar with WBKB?
I am not. 1946. Cubs will play for a double play chance here.
Diaz has had his struggles defensively. He's committed 4 errors, but doing a nice job with the bat. Made a lot of hard contact.
Oh, 0-2.
That's the Hendricks cut changeup right there.
Long pause, and the pitch gets away. Runners advance. And the Cardinals get a freebie as Molina scores. On a wild pitch. Wong at second.
Yeah, there goes the double play opportunity. Well, Miggy trying to backhand that one as opposed to blocking it.
And Wong takes off for third. A strikeout and safe is Colton Wong. He has the second steal of the series.
Initial lead, not that aggressive, but a very nice jump and never made him stop.
Now the infield will move in with the pitcher at the plate and one out.
I think he should shorten up in the outfield a little bit here too.
Look at this. Fair ball. 4-0. Martinez with a bloop RBI single over a drawn-in infield. That is his third RBI already. Looks like he should be hitting on the Cubs staff. He's 3 for 7.
There's a whole lot going on there. Big old leg kick, a lot of movement with the bat. Yeah, no matter how shallow the outfielders are, nobody's going to be positioned to catch that one.
So a Cardinal offense that had been pretty dormant the first 2 nights of the series with 4 runs early. And outside for a ball on Matt Carpenter. Cubs starting rotation the first 14 games. Everybody's gone at least 6 innings.
And quality starts in all but one of those ball games.
So that could be in jeopardy here. And the quality start thing already by the boards as Carpenter beats the relay throw.
We're going to take a look at this one.
I think they will. At second.
Video Central at first. I think Rizzo thought he was out at first.
Well, look at Martinez. He didn't even slide. Oh yeah, he's out. Yep.
I think Kyle got the foot down before Carpenter got there.
What do you think of what Martinez
Yeah, what's
did?
the rule there?
He just
yeah. If you're going to stay up, you got to peel off.
So we will have a Forsythe replay review, and this should be overturned. See, we would move these things along if they would just ask us.
Yeah. And they just showed it on the big board here in the ballpark, and that look was pretty definitive. All the Cub players are coming off the field. They're not waiting.
Yeah, they already know.
Out.
Don't know if I've ever seen it happen quite like this. They're not going to take no for an answer at this point. The umpire is kind of chuckling.
It's like the kids in class that leave the classroom and the teacher saying, "You got to wait for the bell. Wait for the bell." Never mind the bell.
4-0 St. Louis.
We've got a hitting comparison. Cubs pitchers 226, 1 home run, 7 RBIs already, 2 doubles. Player X hitting just 220 with 1 home run, 4 RBIs, and 3 doubles. The Cubs pitchers have been better than Mike Trout, best player on the planet. It's kind of fun to play with those numbers early season. So with our apologies to Mike Trout.
Yeah, how deep into the season can the Cubs staff go with a higher batting average? That's the thing, is that this is an American League lineup. The Cubs loved having the DH in Anaheim to start the year, and now the pitchers are contributing. Martinez helping his cause on the other side today. So some work to do here, trailing by 4 as Hendricks strikes out.
4th strikeout for Martinez. Jason Hammel with 2 RBI in the ball game last night. Yeah, 6 shutout and you drive in the winning runs. That's a good day of work there. That's crisp. This kid is firm. So, you know, he has that little tendency to drift off towards first base. Apparently, they've tried to work with him to stay a little more on line. I don't see any real difference from what we've seen in the past.
Cardinals will hit the road out to the Western Division this weekend. Pulled foul. At San Diego and Arizona. Two misses away. So I mentioned the Cardinals 0-5 against the Pirates and the Cubs.
Yep.
They swept the Braves in Atlanta, won 2 of 3 against Milwaukee, did the same against the Reds. Ball 4. So you talk to some people who've watched this team and they go, well, they haven't beaten anybody good yet. But here's the thing with the National League. If you win, quote, win the series you're supposed to win.
Yeah, there's some teams in rebuild mode that probably aren't going to win a lot of games this season. That could be the tale of the Central, right? Which of the top tier teams can inflict the most damage against the supposed bottom feeders?
Hayward with his first hit of the series, his first time up. With the unbalanced schedule, you have so many chances against your division partners. If you go 16-3 against one of those teams, you can afford to go 7-12 against somebody else.
Yeah, and so if the Cardinals go on to win this game, talking point from the Cubs clubhouse will be, hey, we won the series. Mission accomplished. We came to St. Louis, won the first series against these guys. The Cardinal clubhouse will say, hey, it's one day at a time. We won today. And both teams would be right. That's just the nature of it.
We didn't get swept. Yeah. We avoided the worst scenario. Cubs are the only team in baseball that has yet to lose 2 games in a row. Two and 1.
Funny, I remember when I was pitching having that mindset sometimes, like on a day like today, coming to the ballpark and you know, when you're going good, I don't think you think about it too much, but when you're struggling a little bit or having a hard time winning games, you think, what are the chances we're going to come in here and sweep these guys in their ballpark in a 3-game set? I mean, that's, sports psychologists would tell you that's probably not the way your mind should be working, but it happens.
Holiday will make the play.
Hey, Cub fans, the Cubs return home on Tuesday night, April 26th. 6-game homestand featuring the Brewers and the Braves. Tickets are going fast. Visit Cubs.com today and plan now for the games you would like to see. Just a reminder, metal detectors have been added at all Wrigley Field gates. Make sure you give yourself extra time to enter the ballpark. Additional information can be found at Cubs.com/security.
Fowler back in safely.
You don't want to take your eyes off Molina if you're a base runner. Trying to get a good secondary so he can score on a double.
Well, there's that pitch we talked about with a potential computerized zone. You might get that call. But that high pitch is sometimes hard to get as a called strike, particularly in a breaking ball.
Yeah, and there's one on the Hendricks at bat. There was one down that caught the Charlie Weaver quadrant there, lower left. That was called a ball.
It's one thing to know Hollywood Squares, but to know where all the
Charlie
celebrities
Weaver was
were.
always down there in the corner.
Right.
I think that curveball was up in the Charo quadrant.
Backhanded play by Matt Adams on a 3-0 pitch. Hit hard, but burn out. 4-0. Chicago for a taping of Beer Money, the trivia show that tests your sports knowledge in exchange for cash. The next taping is tomorrow at 6 p.m. at McDivitt's in Palos Park. Beer Money, presented by Coors Light. Now Hendricks giving up the 2-run homer to Holiday in the first, couple more in the second. will face Piscotty, Holliday, and Adams here in the third. One and one. Piscotty hit 3 home runs in the division series against the Cubs last year. Homered in games 1, 3, and 4.
Hit 18 home runs combined last year between his time at Memphis and here with the big club.
This is Baez, and he makes the play.
He's smooth, isn't he?
Yes, he is, and we forget how good he is at short because we haven't seen him there a ton these last couple of years. By the way, that glove is teal.
Yeah, it's good.
That new glove Baez has.
There it is. Oh, see, it's teal with blue accents.
Yes, I think he's got his siblings' names stitched in. And when I was 12, I'd have been all over that glove.
Oh, man, how cool would that be?
Oh, yeah.
Show up at the park with that. You better be able to play, though. You make that kind of a fashion statement. Can't be out there kicking it around.
Holliday, a 2-run homer in the first. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Cubs' next opponent already underway, and Reds have a 3-2 lead over the Rockies in the 7th inning at Great American Ballpark.
One of the strategies against Holliday is action inside, power stuff with life in on the hands, but Hendricks isn't a real hard thrower.
Hard hit ground ball right into the shift. That's Zobrist, the second baseman, on the other side of the bag.
Well, you may have a scouting report on how to attack a hitter, but it might not apply to everybody on your staff, so you have to adjust accordingly.
One question I get a lot from fans on the shift is, well, pitchers have to pitch to the shift, and the answer to that is generally no. That the prevailing thought, and I think the Holliday at bat just showed it, is that guys hit the ball where they generally hit the ball.
Right. It's about hitter tendencies, swing path, where they hit the ball. It's not specific to the pitcher, and the pitcher's not going to, or very few pitchers anyway, are going to pitch with that in mind. Now, as you deploy your defenders, you're going to be aware of who's pitching, and yeah, he's more likely to pull this guy, or he's more likely to, we're going to play a step more in the hole with a certain pitcher on the mound.
So you see Hendricks working the edges, right? And the lower outside part of the plate while they're playing Adams to pull on the ground. Where was that? Where was that?
Well, yeah, because at least one of those off the plate was called a strike, and that one was called a ball. So
this one will be caught. Chris Bryant lays out and robs Matt Adams of a base hit. He's not just an infielder, folks. Joe thinks he could play shortstop, too.
Time. We've just played 3 innings. The Cubs offer special programs designed for your future Cub, from Kids Sundays at Wrigley Field to Clark's Crew and baseball summer camps throughout the Chicago area. Many ways to build lifelong Cubs memories with your kiddos. Visit Cubs.com/kids to learn all about our Cubs Kids offerings.
Game 3 of this weekday series. Martinez to Rizzo. Deep to right. Gone. He could have 2, but he left no doubt about this blast. Wow.
The frustration has been mounting for Anthony. That had to feel awfully good. He's been struggling getting the head out, and that time he jumped all over that pitch from Martinez. Catch that one, Randal Grichuk. Boom. Man, that's a pretty stroke. Ford home run replay. The big fella really lays into one. I think he went up in the clubhouse, had an extra bowl of Rizzo's there between at bats.
Maybe some sliced banana. Raspberries. So they're on the board. Bryant breaks his bat as he rolls out to Carpenter. 431 feet, the estimated distance on that Rizzo homer. And a strike on La Stella. So Chris Bryant in the outfield, we've seen him on occasion since he came up early last year, and he's been fine. I would say for the most part he hasn't really been tested all that much in his time in the outfield, but that was a really nice diving
real
grab.
Pretty play. Well, Stella didn't run. Cardinals think maybe he's deking, so they're reviewing the video.
See if the ball didn't hit him.
Yeah.
No challenge. 0-2. Holiday drifts over near the foul line. Montero in the air. Right center, it's Piscotty. And the inning is over. Anthony Rizzo with a blast. Well over 400 feet. The Cubs have gotten on the board. The Reds at Wrigley. The Cubs will head to Cincy for a rematch with the Redlegs. Watch Jake Arrieta take the mound. First of 4 starting tomorrow night at 6 on CSN Chicago.
Brandon Finnegan, who flirted with a no-hitter in his start against the Cubs, will go for Cincinnati. Jake was just being Jake last time out against the Rockies. Doing what he do. What are you throwing, Jake from State Farm?
Randall Grichuk. And a strike.
Hey. Well, we called that high one that time.
He was retired on a nice running grab by Dexter Fowler in the first.
Yeah, I think that playing a little deeper has paid off. He's been able to run down some balls that maybe last year would have fallen in for extra base hits.
Called strike 3. Fastball at 88.
So if you're contemplating a trip to Wrigley Field, the Cubs suggest taking public transportation. That's always a good option. The Cubs also offer a free bike check. That's been moved. It's now located by the Addison Red Line station. And if you drive your car, the Cubs provide free remote parking and shuttle service on night and weekend games. Information can be yours with the A to Z guide at Cubs.com.
Molina, 3 hits in the series. 4 hits in the series after the double in the second. Backhanded play Zobrist. He's got time and he gets Molina.
Nice job by Hendricks here, settling in after giving up 2 spots in each of the first 2 innings. His trying to take a page out of the Lackey playbook from his start in Arizona, where he got knocked around early but settled in. And in that game, the Cubs scored a ton of runs, came back to win.
So finally got to look at the video of the crazy balk call in San Diego last night. Colin Ray tried a quick pitch from the windup with a runner at third. He was called for a balk. The umpires got together and then said no, he didn't balk. Clint Hurdle came out and said no, you guys missed it. He did balk. He stepped off the rubber. There was a little stutter step. Umpires got back together again and determined that in fact he had balked. So I think McCutchen crossed the plate, had to go back to third, and then crossed the plate again, and then Andy Green lost his mind. As you can imagine, the reversal of a reversal. And Brian Gorman explained it after the game that originally they were looking at the quick pitch to see if it was a balk, not the fact that he had stepped off the rubber, that he had disengaged during the delivery. And as Wong takes the 2-out walk.
Yeah, but the kid that the guy that's hurt that pitches here does that all the time. Yeah, that little jump.
Carter Capps, but I think it's Carter because Capps. That's part of their.
So this kid doesn't do it all the time.
No, he kind of looked like he panicked a little bit and lifted his foot off the pitching rubber. So that was one you don't see very often in terms of a umpiring crew making a call, changing it, and then changing it back again. Sounds like you making plans.
Yeah. Upon further review and then even further review.
Andy Green was also saying, but you can't argue a balk. But right. I guess you can argue a balk. You can't argue a step balk. A throw to a base.
I never understood that rule anyway. Why can't you argue a balk?
Right.
Argue everything else.
Long was running as Diaz singles, so that'll send the base runner all the way to third. A 2-out rally on a walk and a hit. And it will get the pitcher to the plate with 2 outs. Mark McGwire, the bench coach, managed that game after Green was ejected and the Padres won.
Martinez, that little dying quail bloop single to drive in a run last time. That was with the infield in. That's not going to be the case here with 2 outs.
A chopper to the shortstop Baez, and he'll throw to first to end the inning. Cardinals strand 2. They lead this game 4-1. From the Illinois Lottery, a new family of instant tickets where you can win up to $3 million instantly. Get ready to live large. Coincidentally, Jumbo Diaz got sent to the minors.
Did he really?
The Reds try to figure out their pitching issues.
So the kid started, was it last night? Stevenson?
Yeah,
righty prospect, and then sent him right back out?
I think that's supposed to be temporary. Yep.
I see they've got Alfredo Simon listed as a probable for Sunday, but I know he's been dealing with some arm issues.
Baez will lead it off.
Good swing last time, hit the ball deep to right field. Usually a good sign for Baez when he's staying on the ball.
Two balls, no strikes. Like the head groundskeeper was out talking with Jerry Davis, the crew chief, between innings. That usually means here's when it's going to rain. Foul territory. It's Adams to make the catch. Kind of smells like rain coming, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Look, the wind maybe turned around a little bit. You can smell it in the air.
Well, if that's the case, I'd like to get some runs quickly as we're nearing an official game with a couple more outs.
Doesn't it look like all those vendors have been attacked by highlighters? We have that shot with everybody in red, and then you see all the you see all the. Well, there's a big sale going on up there. There's a vendor, some kind of a work stoppage. I don't know what's going on. We need to get management to shake those people up, get them back to work.
You guys are clustered a little bit too much.
Yeah, let's go. Stop your lollygag. Oh, those are fans. Those are fans dressed as vendors.
It's a vendor convention. Swing and a miss for strike three. They're looking for a vendor discount.
Look, I'm wearing the bright yellow. So if you have the office pool at the start of the year and pick a candidate to throw a no-hitter, Martinez would be. He'd go fairly early in that draft, right, with his stuff? I mean,
no doubt. One of those days where everything comes together.
So it might be drizzling a little bit right now. Trevor Cahill has started to loosen in the Cubs bullpen.
Fowler into center with a base hit. On for the second time in 3 tries. What a start.
Yeah, he's just been so impressive to watch. The patience, working walks. He's driving the ball, extra base power. This time it's a solid line drive single. Hayward, again, the results have not been great in this series, but he's had a lot of good swings. Well, he could change the nature of this game right here if he could lay into one. Still looking for his first home run of the year. That's not going to get it done.
No. And Holiday makes the catch to end the inning. 4.5 in the books. 4-1 St. Louis. 4-1 Cardinals. They will bat here in the bottom of the 5th. And we have our Cubs insider with us, Patrick Mooney. You can follow him all season long on Comcast Sportsnet. Brought to you by Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich. Visit Jeff at jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. Hello, Patrick.
What's up, guys? I'm glad to see JD's not wearing his Try Not to Suck t-shirt. I wouldn't want to see him hauled out of here in handcuffs.
That goes 3-1. Okay, so
well,
give us the story here. This is the T-shirt that Joe Maddon is wearing. A lot of his players have worn, and a lot of fans are also wearing.
Yeah, there's been some buzz on social media. Maddon said he was obviously out at a Hooters the other night having some wings and beer, and a fan said he was banned from the stadium or was forced to turn it inside out. And he was, Joe, he obviously found that pretty amusing, but says the ladies' versions of the T-shirts are coming out, the kids' versions are coming out, different team colors are in the works, so I think he likes the publicity for his business, which has a charitable component to it as well.
For sure. It was Carpenter, I said Adams, I apologize, who grounded out. 1-1.
So a fan was removed from the ballpark for wearing the shirt?
That's what we're not exactly sure, but that's what people on social media are saying, that the people are coming up to Maddon. He's heard about.
Yeah, I got a tweet that said that the fan was asked on his way into the park to either turn the shirt inside out or cover it. Something to that effect. So always has to be something, right? There's enough to talk about with this series, and then we have to go with fans' T-shirts.
Yeah, between the Hayward stuff, the psychological warfare of playing classical music during BP and then turning it off, it's been entertaining. It's good for us.
2-2, called, strike 3, 2 outs. I want to ask you about Ben Zobrist. He got his Royals World Series ring. Dayton Moore, the general manager, drove from Kansas City to personally deliver it.
Yeah, very classy move. Zobrist obviously posted it on Instagram and was kind of wearing it around yesterday, joking about giving everyone fist bumps before batting practice. He showed it to us, and I think the Royals obviously appreciate what he did, and I think Dayton Moore has done a really wonderful job of kind of building that culture there, and to go out of his way during a busy time of the year for him, it was a really nice gesture.
He has blended in well in this clubhouse. All the new guys have. And the 1-0 to Holiday, and it's a strike. I know you've talked to some of the new guys about the culture shock of spring training with all the fun stuff in the morning, but I think all the new guys immediately liked it, right? They'd probably heard stories about Joe and the way he runs things, but they've gotten right into the middle of it. Hayward makes the catch, and that'll end the inning. Patrick, as always, a pleasure. Thanks for dropping by.
Thanks, guys.
That's Patrick Mooney. Check him out on csnchicago.com.
Budweiser Patio offers fans an all-inclusive Budweiser bleacher experience in prime home run territory down the right field line. For more on all the available outdoor spaces located in the Budweiser bleachers, visit Cubs.com/premier.
Well, let's see if they can make a comeback today. They were down 4-0 after 2. Rizzo with a booming home run in the 4th. We're now in the 6th. Martinez has been very good.
Even though he's an extreme hard thrower, his willingness to throw his off-speed stuff in these fastball counts. That time he tries to clip the outside corner, didn't get it. And a little frustrated. Molina's going to go out and chat with him.
Rockies have tied the Reds 5-5 in the bottom of the 8th. So more bullpen problems for Brian Price's team. White Sox hosting the Angels today. Sox leading 1-0 after 3. Mike Trout is 1 for 1. His average up to 235. You must have seen our graphic. 3-1. Garrett Richards and Chris Sale. In terms of stuff, how about that matchup?
It's a very stuffy matchup.
Ooh. Zobrist walks.
Sale's looking for his 4th win already. It's a little bit of an unforced error there. Martinez with the walk, leadoff walk with a 3-run lead in the 6th. Rizzo's had 2 very good swings against him, a just miss and then a long one. Anthony, a lifetime .233 hitter here in this ballpark. I think it has a lot more to do with the quality of the pitching the Cardinals have run out over the years than the ballpark.
Foul. Probably 6 or 7 inches.
Yeah, but he's starting to get the feel. Got out in front of that 97-mile-an-hour heater. Here's what he did last time. Ambush that center cut fastball, lean back and lift. 431. Look out, folks. Incoming.
Anthony not choking up with 2 strikes. As he muscles that one in the air to left, Holiday will make the catch.
Yeah, but I think that's a down 3 runs approach. You know, game situation, he's still looking to drive the ball even though he's down in the count. Game situation plus his first 2 swings, obviously seeing it pretty well here today.
Bryant 0 for 2. Hasn't hit one out of the infield yet.
Now the Cubs, because they have pitched so well, have not had to play from behind very much this year. But you look at this lineup, you figure they're going to be the kind of team that will be able to come from behind just because they have so much power through the entire lineup.
The 1-0. Now 2 balls, no strikes. The kick and the pitch. It's 3-0.
Got to be looking to swing here.
And he does. And he flies to deep right. Playable Piscotty. So Cubs are 0 for 2 on 3-0 swings. Zobrist grounded out earlier. And here's La Stella.
Yeah, I love it though. I like the approach. Got a guy that throws hard, so you can feel pretty confident you're going to get a heater there. And I guess that just speaks to the life on the fastball that Brian was a little bit behind that one. Nothing wrong with swinging at 3-0 as long as you're swinging at strikes and as long as you're a guy who can do some damage. And obviously, Bryant is that guy.
Strike 1 to La Stella. Nobody in the bullpen at the moment. That could change if this inning gets extended a bit. Still a few spots away from the pitcher coming up. That gets by and allows Zobrist to move into scoring position.
A big chance here for La Stella with 2 outs to get the Cubs one closer. The Cardinals, let's rule the wild pitch, but boy, Molina really late to react on that one. Cardinals had to cover 4 innings with their bullpen last night. That's another byproduct of that patient approach from these Cub hitters. Jaime Garcia lasted just 5, running a high pitch count. It's interesting. I wonder if they're changing the signs here. Martinez taking a long look at Zobrist. Some guys get a reputation in the game because they're such heady players, and Zobrist is a really smart player. So opposing pitchers and catchers are always thinking, is this guy, has he got something on us? Is he reading signs, and is he going to tip something off to the hitter? He's the kind of guy that, you know, opposing teams would be very wary of.
The 2-1. Just blew it past him. Nothing fancy. 2-2.
Yeah, and La Stella handles velocity. He's just a little late getting started here.
On the ground, Adams will glove. Martinez at the bag, and he works around the leadoff walk. Bottom 6, 4-1 Cards. Tomorrow night, playoff series will shift back to St. Louis. The Hawks need to win 3 in a row, but they'll take it one game at a time. Coverage begins at 8 with Chevy Blackhawks pregame live right here on CSN Chicago. Blackhawks playoff hockey is brought to you by Volvo. Adams fouls away. So we will just miss the Blackhawks, who I believe are flying here today to play Game 5 tomorrow, and we'll head to Cincinnati after this one. Slicing drive, Bryant over, and it'll land fair. And I think a fan may have touched it. It's a double.
Adams has had some good at-bats here in this series. Hit a couple of rockets in the ball game last night. Had a single and a double. Slicing leadoff double here.
Bounced out of play.
Well, you see how far Chris had to go at that initial shot. He wasn't in the picture.
You mentioned it last night. Adams, a big guy. You think big home run hitter, but he's more of a line drive doubles hitter. And Chris Bosio will talk things over. Neil Ramirez and Clayton Richard are cranking it up.
Yeah, and I think some guys, you know, the longer they're in the league, they'll make some adjustments with their swing if that's what he wants to do, to try to change the launch angle. And he's certainly strong enough. And you know, same thing with Jason Hayward. I think Jason is more of a line drive type hitter, but when you watch him take BP, he hits some 1-irons into the seats that are just jaw dropping. Just, you know, whether the player is of the mind that he needs to try to hit the ball out of the ballpark a little more often.
Grichuk pops it up, and Baez hauls it in.
Folks, whether the Cubs are home or on the road, guided tours of legendary Wrigley Field are available. Tours may include visits to the press box, clubhouses, dugouts, as well as a chance to actually step on the field. This must-see Chicago attraction houses over 100 years of history. For game days and non-game day schedules or to book your tour, visit Cubs.com/tours. Do it now. Do it right now.
Molina will get an intentional walk. With Colton Wong on deck.
So Richard for Wong, perhaps. Hopes of getting the ground ball double play.
There's ball 3.
Well, Hendricks certainly capable, too, of getting the ground ball. See how Joe decides to play it. He's coming out of the dugout.
So the first Cubs starter to not go 6 is Kyle Hendricks. Here comes Clayton Richard when we return.
Oh, don't miss your chance to catch the best matchups in baseball. Join the season ticket holder waiting list. It's easy and free to register. For details, visit Cubs.com/waiting list.
Here's lefty Clayton Richards. So the Cubs streak of 14 straight games to start the year, where the starting pitcher going 6 innings, has ended. Although Hendricks went 5 1/3, it's not as if he only recorded 4 outs or something.
No, and he did a nice job. That first inning could have gone differently for him. The Piscotty chopping double play could have been made. Holiday's home run just kind of rode the wind out of here. So at the end of the day, the numbers will not be all that impressive for Hendricks, but he hung in there. And now it's up to Richard to try to clean this up for him. Clayton, a sinker baller, looking for that ground ball to second base would work just fine.
Long shows bunt, and then nearly got hit. Did not have a lot of speed on the bases. Adams at second, Molina the runner at first.
Just the third appearance for Clayton. He missed some time with strep throat. There you go. 23 appearances last year, including 3 starts. Was 4-2 with a 3.83 earned run average. Clayton has always been a ground ball pitcher. Last year in his time with the Cubs, and again, not a huge sample, but he got 4 ground balls for every fly ball.
Count even at 2 apiece. Could have gotten that call, did not. 3-2. Might be a send here to stay out of that double play. See how Mike Matheny wants to play it. Not going. And we'll try it again.
Yeah, I think Matheny probably a little fearful of the swing and miss with a left-handed hitter in the box. And Adams, the base runner, at second. I mean, it's really a tough call because Richard is a ground ball guy, so you're having that debate. You're more worried about the strikeout double play or the ground ball double play.
Well, there's the ground ball. And they will get Molina at second. One of the very few runners Anthony Rizzo knew he could force. And a pretty slowly bounced ball to first.
I think they're looking in the Cardinal dugout here too to make sure Javi Baez didn't come off the base prematurely. I mean, that's, again, we've talked a lot about this neighborhood play and how middle infielders are going to be forced to stay on the bag. We've not seen it called yet.
So Joe will make a switch. And Neil Ramirez coming on when we return in the 6th.
fall here in St. Louis. Follow Cubs baseball live with the MLB.com @BAT app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com @BAT, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet.
Here's Neil Ramirez in the rain. Bottom of the 6th, 1st and 3rd, 2 outs. Aledmys Diaz, the hitter. Runner goes from first. That's Colton Wong. He's been pretty aggressive in this series already with a couple of steals.
Yeah, the Cubs weren't defending it. The middle infielders stayed put.
Reds just got a run in the bottom of the 9th, beat the Rockies 6-5. Tucker Barnhart, game-ending hit.
The country artist.
Yeah. Runner goes again, popped up by Diaz. Rizzo the catch, and that's the inning. They strand a couple. Cardinals 4, Cubs 1 after 6. Seventh inning, rain coming down as Carlos Martinez will work to Miguel Montero. Cubs are having issues, I think, with their bullpen phone, trying to communicate down there. Chris Bosio.
Yeah, and he's got Jerry Davis's attention, the crew chief at third base.
Dribbled foul. Lester Strode on the other end. Hello. All I'm getting is dial tone.
I think Lester thought it was a telemarketer, so they weren't going to answer.
Blocked call. Montero grounds out. Really coming down now. And he played through it.
Carpenter a little tender with this. He's had a couple throws today that look very funky. I don't know if he's sore or if he kind of has the yips and he's just guiding the ball over there. Maybe not. Maybe it's just me. It just looked a little funny.
Baez fouls away. We can't really complain about the weather here to start the season as we play through this rain. First homestand was clear sailing. Got warmer as the week went along. A couple of really nice nights here. There's Grichuk, who made a big play in the very first inning, robbing Rizzo of a home run, makes the catch, 2 outs.
Now Javi a little overly anxious in that at bat. Never really forced Martinez to make a quality pitch.
Matt Caesar will hit for Neil Ramirez. Looks like it'll be Trevor Cahill in the bottom of this inning. Foul tip strike on Matt. A lot of Matts on the field right now. Caesar, Holiday, Adams, Carpenter. Have I missed any?
Matt Helms.
Adams makes the catch. A 9-pitch inning. Stretch time. Still 4-1. Well, we will have a rain delay. So they're quickly getting the tarp onto the infield. Cardinals lead 4-1. The early forecast I saw, and again, we are amateurs at this, but the early forecast I saw, JD, is that the rain might start around 3 o'clock, and we're 20 minutes ahead of that, and it may rain for a few hours.
Oh, really? Well, we'll settle in.
That's wrong.
Yeah. Because most times, once they cover the field, they don't resume unless the rain really backs off. We'll see, maybe there's a window at some point here in the next little bit.
So in the meantime, our rain delay programming will feature Going Home with Joe Maddon. We hope to get the bottom of the 7th started soon, and we will give you periodic updates as well. Cardinals 4, Cubs 1. Now Going Home with Joe Madden. home. And it will be Trevor Cahill, who had been announced and was just getting loose, or at least starting to, and the delay came down. So Cubs trailing 4-1. They'll try to engineer a late comeback in a basically empty ballpark because of the long delay. This is the fewest amount of fans you'll ever see at a Cubs-Cardinals game, but the fans who are left will be loud. That's the one thing we usually learn.
There will be a spirited group, to say the least. Those kids that were singing, they're probably all asleep by now, don't you think?
It might be. Yeah. Some look like they were having a blast. Others, not so much. A lot of
some of those
fans
kids
remain.
now. Some of those kids have grown facial hair. We've been delayed so long.
Jeremy Hazelbaker will be the pinch hitter. And I think we're all right weather-wise until we finish.
Yeah, so now the challenge for the position players in particular is to, restart that engine and get focused and get engaged in this game. Cubs have 2 more at-bats to try to come back against the Cardinals. Because of the lengthy delay, we won't see Martinez. He's being pinch hit here for right here. So they may be able to take advantage of that. But first things first, they got to get the Cardinals out here in the bottom of the 7th.
So ball 1 from Cahill to Hazelbaker. And fouled away. Three hours and 21 minutes. The official rain delay.
We could have watched Gone with the Wind.
We could have. 2 bounces to Zobrist.
It is not uncommon after a long rain delay like this for things to move along quite quickly, and that's why I said the position players, pitcher, you pitching an inning at a time, you get pumped up, you get the adrenaline flow, and this is what Cahill's used to doing. Obviously not after waiting for 3.5 hours, but it's usually pretty easy for the pitchers to get back up to full speed. Sometimes it takes the position players a while.
Carpenter takes a strike. What about the broadcasters?
We are always ready. We're like boiled ham, always ready.
Always ready. Well, we started at 12:45, and the Cardinals got a 2-run homer from Matt Holliday in the first inning off the starter Kyle Hendricks. They added 2 in the second on a wild pitch and an RBI single by the pitcher Martinez. Cubs got their run on an Anthony Rizzo 4th inning home run. In the first inning, he was robbed of a 2-run homer by Randall Grichuk. He went over the wall in center to make the catch. 2-1. Carpenter gives it a ride, and Fowler makes the running catch. Well, probably not going to carry quite as well as it did when we started.
Yeah, it was jumping pretty good here early on. That one didn't carry particularly well. Some 4 hours ago or so, we were talking about Fowler playing deeper this year and how he's been able to cut off some balls and run other balls down over his head. Another good example here. Carpenter, it's a lot of doubles, a bid for another one, but harmlessly dies in the glove of Dexter Fowler out there.
Here's Stephen Piscotty. 1 for 3, a double and a run, make it 2 for 4. It'll bring up Matt Holliday. His 3rd homer of the year in the first inning. Hendricks, Richard, Ramirez, Cahill. And a strike dropped by Miguel Montero. Looks like it'll be Song Hwan Oh in the 8th. Here's a pitch. Bounced. 1-1.
Mike Matheny with 0 for the 8th, and then Trevor Rosenthal for the 9th would be his plan. There's the Korean, the all-time Korean saves leader.
Baez down on a knee, and he'll get it to Zobrist, and the inning is over. And it took about 3 hours and 28 minutes to complete. On O to take over on the mound. Looks like some other changes as well. I think Hazelbaker's moved to left. And is that it? I think that
I believe that is it.
Ruben Tejada is short.
Okay. Matheny getting his hands team in there. Worked 1 inning in the ball game last night, scoreless, 3 up, 3 down with a couple of punch outs. He was very impressive. Saw 94 miles an hour on the fastball. He's getting a ton of swings and misses on his slider.
And fouled back.
Long career in Korea, and then he pitched in Japan the last couple of seasons. Led the league in saves 1 year, tied for the league lead another. As I mentioned, he's the all-time saves leader in the Korean Professional League. His nicknames, Stone Buddha and the Final Boss.
Two and one. Cubs down 3 late. Ground ball toward right, knocked down by Adams. That's all he can do. It'll be an infield hit for Dexter Fowler.
Well, if you're going to wait around for 3.5 hours, you might as well make a run at it. Good start. Solid swing by Fowler. On base for the 3rd time today. He was on 3 times yesterday. Doubling a home run in game 1 of the series, so he continues to light it up.
Well, obviously both teams had to stay ready for this game to resume. The Cardinals would have been fine with the umpires eventually saying, nah, we're good. It's not going to stop raining for a while. because they would have been credited with a 4-1 win. It was in the Cubs' best interest to finish this game because they're the team trailing. So, yeah, why not come all the way back? I think if we had more rain scheduled for later, or at least in the forecast, that might have happened. But I think we're in the clear at this point. Fowler dives back in safely. First time in this series the Cardinals have been able to set up their bullpen the way they wanted. With a late inning lead, 2-0 on Hayward. Swing and a miss, 2-1.
I got to get him down. A lot of guys, when they're up, you think it's a mistake. With a guy like, oh, it's by design, four-seam elevated fastball.
In on the hands, 3-1. Zobrist is next.
Ball four will play here.
For sure. Oh, gets a sign from Molina. Here's a pitch.
See, if I was a pitcher and my last name was O, my number, I would want to wear just number 2. The 0-2. Yeah.
0-2, I like it.
Everything at the top of the zone.
Cardinals have 8 hits. The Cubs have 4. Fowler has 2 of those. Hayward singled in the first. Rizzo homered to lead off the 4th. He walked him.
Yeah, and nobody throwing in the Cardinal bullpen. I'm a little bit surprised. Segras was up earlier in the ball game. He pitched in the game last night, but maybe he's not available. But I would think with Rizzo on deck, Matheny would want to have the option to go to Kevin Segras, and somebody is now just peeling off the jacket out there in the Cardinal bullpen. But it's not a lefty.
Looks like Broxton. Jonathan Broxton.
So you have to assume that Segras is down, unavailable.
2 on, nobody out. Tying run at the plate, and it's Ben Zobrist. And he hits a line shot to right. Right at Piscotty. Fowler tags. He's at third. They're at the corners with 1 away. Time now for our hefty home run. Rizzo almost hit one in the first. This time he left no doubt in the 4th.
431 feet. Got out of here in a hurry, too.
Adam Warren is up in the Cubs bullpen. Fowler at third, Hayward at first. The pitch. Ball 1.
Wow. Back-to-back changeups without a whole lot of conviction. I think O has a lot of confidence in that pitch right now. And Molina clearly didn't want to challenge Rizzo early with a fastball. Be a little anxious in the Cardinal dugout right now. Solid single off the bat of Fowler, walk to Hayward. Zobrist hit a P, and now he's behind in the count to Rizzo.
The pitch.
Oh, good change up there.
Right
3 in a row.
Back with the change. Another one?
Yeah, 4 in a row, and we've seen him. I don't know if it's Yachty. It's just the way the Cardinals in their book on a lot of the Cub hitters, but we've seen a ton of changeups in this series.
Three and two.
So Riz will step out, think it over. You have to be aware of that changeup now, right? So it's stay back, fight off the heater.
Yep, battle mode. And he has choked up on the bat.
No surprise he'd be a little tardy on that heater. You have to respect that changeup. The signature pitch for O, from what I've heard and read, is his slider to the right-handed hitters, but he's facing all lefties here.
3-2 on the ground, base hit into right on a changeup. Fowler scores. Hayward to third. It is a 2-run ball game.
Well, back to that changeup one more time, and this time Rizzo was on it. Well, this is impressive. After that long delay, his hitters have come out with a game plan and delivered. That's a high, belt-high changeup. Those usually don't work. He was out in front a little bit, but he stays in the zone with that bat.
So Mike Matheny with the Cardinals interpreter and the entire infield. And it'll be Chris Bryant. Cardinals at double play depth. That's the slider. 1 ball, no strikes.
Yeah, it's sliders and fastballs away to the right-handed hitters. I think anything inner half is a mistake.
Allowing his first run in the majors. 1-1. Cut on and missed. 1-2. He had given up 1 hit in 7 previous outings. He's allowed 2 already. Bryant stays alive. Not much happening after Rizzo in this Cubs lineup.
Yeah, only had 3 hits coming into this inning. This is the first time this year that O has worked on back-to-back days.
Ground ball past the mound. Tag, and that's it. A run scores as Rizzo is out. That'll be an RBI. Fielder's choice for Kris Bryant. It's 4-3.
Came back with that slide ball right off the end of the bat.
Tommy La Stella, 2 runs in here in the 8th. Fastball right down the middle.
Surprised the Cardinals aren't deeper in the outfield, especially in center. You can see on the off-field side. Well, Stella gets into one, hits it over Grichuk's head out there in center. Bryant's going to score the tying run.
Off the plate inside. Yeah, I've noticed Grichuk plays fairly shallow.
Yeah, and a lot of center fielders do, but I think in this
spot,
situation, right? 1-run lead. And Stella's not a, doesn't have a lot of power, but he's certainly capable of turning him around out there.
I'm going to go back and find out where he was playing when he stole that home run from Rizzo. Well, that was a high drive, but he got back there plenty of time. 1-2 on La Stella.
Yeah, play deep to run down a ball over your head. Also to cut off a ball in the gap to have an angle, especially on wet grass, so it may skip.
Just comparison's sake. Yeah, he was. No, that was the second home run. The one that left the yard. Bryant, the runner at first. 1-2 on La Stella. If that's where he started, he was a little bit deeper, and he took away this home run. That still looming large. Almost, 6 hours ago.
Yeah, and I don't, I'm sure the Cardinal dugout knows right where he's playing. As Joe Madden said when he first got the managerial gig, I think it was Zimmer that told him, somebody along the way said, check your players before every pitch, make sure you know where all your guys are.
And Grichuk will come in after all that talk about the ball getting over his head. And the inning is over. Cubs get 2. It's
still should have been deeper.
Some changes for the Cubs, as Chris Bryant's going to go from left to third. Adam Warren will take over on the mound and try to keep the Cardinals at 4 after the Cubs drew within 1. And Jorge Soler now playing left, I assume will hit in the 9 spot, so he'll come up third in the top of the 9th.
Saw the numbers on Warren. So far, so good in a Cub uniform for the former Yankee. Cahill 1 inning, scoreless. He allowed a hit. Talking with Joe Madden much earlier today, he said that he was going to stay away from Pedro Strop this afternoon. He's worked 2 days in a row.
Jake Arrieta tomorrow night in Cincinnati, and we'll have it for you here on CSN at 6 o'clock Central Time. Brandon Finnegan really good at Wrigley Field on April the 11th, the Cubs home opener. So here's Matt Adams to lead it off. These are important innings. You're trailing, but only by 1. You don't want to let this thing get away after scoring the 2 in the top of the 8th. One strike. Foul tip. 0-2.
Boy, nice job.
Well, that was quick.
Changeup, heater, changeup, all well executed to get Big City swinging. There's the grip, the circle change. I mean, everything at or below the knees.
One and 0 on Grichuk. Two and 0.
It's raining again.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Swing and a miss. You're right. Cubs will have to get it done against Trevor Rosenthal, and maybe in the rain in the 9th. Now 3-1. The Reds a winner. They're 8-7. A 6-5 walk-off win over the Rockies. White Sox are 10-5. Chris Sale off to a great start. He is the first 4-game winner in baseball. Ball 4. One out walk to Grichuk. Here comes Molina.
Yeah, I don't think he wanted to challenge Grichuk with a fastball there. I'm surprised that they didn't go with a slider. Warren's got a good one. Tell with that 2-1 pitch that was in the dirt, he just didn't feel real comfortable attacking with the heater.
White Sox beat the Angels 2-1 in Chicago. behind Chris Sale. Pitch. Yeah, Molina takes ball one.
Zobrist not at traditional double play depth, a step or two toward the hole, where Molina hits a lot of balls in that direction. He's not a speedy guy, so he can afford to play over there. Still make that double play from the hole on the right side.
And the runner took off, no pitch. Time was called by Sam Holbrook, the plate umpire. I think it's safe to say Warren let that one get away on purpose so he wouldn't put Molina in danger.
Coconut, yeah.
Yep. Pretty much a bet the mortgage he was going to throw to first too, because Grichuk was on the move on that no pitch. In on the hands and fouled away. Had him leaning that time. Ball gets away. Grichuk on his way to second. The throw by Rizzo is just a little late. Well, good throw and tag. He made it a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. And the Cubs will take a look at the video just to make sure.
Yeah, good read by Grichuk. I think a lot of guys would not have tried to advance there. Ball didn't get that far away, but he did not hesitate.
So Warren charged with an error.
Well, Molina has been around a long time. He's turned into a very smart hitter. We've talked a lot in this series about his tendency to go the other way. But if he thinks, you know, that you're going to try to run one in on him, he'll open up that front side and try to yank it from time to time.
And they do, and he does. Grichuk will be sent, and he'll score. So the Cardinals get one of those runs back. Molina's had a big series, 2 more hits today, and it's 5-3. It was a prescient call there, partner.
Yeah, just a inner half breaking ball. I'm sure they're trying to go down and away with that pitch. Breaking ball that backed up on him.
So that throwing error on Warren goes back to haunt him. And Colton Wong takes a strike. Upfield and just out of play. Brandon Moss on deck. Cubs won the first two. The Cardinals trying to salvage final game of this series. And the 0-2 on the ground to Rizzo. They will get Molina at second. Fielder's choice for Wong. 2 outs, and here comes Moss.
Two of those 4 home runs Moss has hit this year has been as a pinch hitter.
Big swing, and he fouled back.
2 of the 6 the Cardinals have as a team.
Moss pops it up. Montero and Baez give chase, and nobody can get there. That's one downside to the shift. Years past, that would have been an easy out with the third baseman making the grab, but Baez the only guy to the left of second, and he had a long run.
Yeah, he had a long way to go. Credit Montero with a good read there, knowing the situation that there weren't many options. He busted out of there as quickly as possible.
Runner goes, swing and a miss, inning over. They add an insurance run, however, and it's now 5-3 after 8. 3. As Trevor Rosenthal, the closer, try to notch the save. If he gets it, it would be his 4th.
3 out of 3 in the save department. 5 innings of work, 3 hits, 3 walks, struck out 11. He's faced 22 men, struck out 11 of them, so it's a strikeout rate of 50%, which is off the charts. Career-wise, he's just a little over 30%.
Brandon Moss is playing first.
High octane, upper 90s fastball, great changeup. Those are the 2 pitches you most concern yourself with. Every now and then a little get over curveball, but mostly fastball changeup.
Well, this happened to the Cubs on Sunday. They were down 1-0 to the Rockies. And Nolan Arenado with the home run to make it 2-0. That extra run feels so huge with 3 outs to go. 0-2 on Montero.
And if nothing else, because it gives that guy right there just a little margin of error that allows him to relax. If there is such a thing as a relaxed closer, it's kind of an oxymoron. They're usually high adrenaline, very tense guys. But he knows he's got a run to play with. He can challenge. One swing's not going to tie the ball game.
That's the first out as he strikes out Montero. Today's toast of the game is presented by Binny's Beverage Depot. Carlos Martinez really good on the mound and also pitched in at the plate for the Cards.
Yeah, a little bloop single on the mound. He went 7 innings, allowed just 3 hits and 1 run, struck out 5.
Binny's Beverage Depot is the official champagne provider of the Chicago Cubs. Baez takes a strike on the inside, 97. A save today would be the 100th of Rosenthal's career. And he's firing bullets. .48 saves last year, 45 the year before. Not a high draft pick, 21st round, 2009. And Baez late. And a pitch at 98.5 miles an hour.
Yeah, he just beat him with velocity. Well, not that well located, didn't have any real movement, but just gas.
Jorge Soler takes wide. Just came into play left. One and two. He has been very closer-like. 11 pitches, 8 for strikes, and a lot of heat.
Yeah, this is not a fun AB for Soler. First plate appearance of the day. trying to get up to speed here. The guy's throwing 99 miles an hour.
Called strike 3. He fans the side, and the Cardinals do take the finale. The Cubs get 2 of 3 here in St. Louis to start this season series, and they'll head to Cincinnati at 11-4 to start the year.
Yeah, so mission accomplished. 2 out of 3 here. A spirited effort to try to come back in this one late. Just didn't quite get enough.
And a long rain delay of well over 3 hours in the middle. Cubs made it close, but they come up a bit short. So join us on CSN Plus for Game 1 of a 4-game set tomorrow night as Jake Arrieta will take the ball 6 o'clock from Cincinnati. For JD and our entire crew here in St. Louis, Len Casper with your final score. Cardinals 5, Cubs 3. Stay tuned. Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs